Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, August the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Well, yes, it's just to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Somebody in YouTube maybe do the same. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. Well, there are a ton, in fact, too many. Actually, I can't wait maybe for next week and the week after. It's great having all these earnings plays, but which one? Fly W has been flying, though. It has been. Now, this is an earnings play. MyGen, also MYGN, still holding, but they're just look how many earnings play. And this is just on my with my filters in place. There are probably even more. So the trick is, of course, which one? Snap, though. Snap is an earnings play, and it is moving down on earnings. Moving down on earnings. Thank you, Vince. Snap, 777. Man, how the mighty have fallen on this one. So Snap is down on earnings. Let me take a look at some of these ones that are not earning related. LPSN. I'll get into some of the other earnings plays afterwards, but LPSN, not an earnings play. This is their news, partnering with Google Cloud to transform the enterprise AI outcomes, etc., and customer experience. Okay, so that's LPSN. Actually, it's not a low float, 79 million in the float, so it's not crazy low. MYGN, sorry, MYGN. Yes, this is an earnings play. Nice earnings play so far. It's holding. It released earnings after hours. The move area on my chart, that is the after hours, and holding in the pre-market. MYGN. The next high is 520. Might be too much resistance on the way up with some beautiful, massive 32% gap. There might be too much resistance, all these little areas to block it. Maybe. RNG, I think this is, yeah, RNG is an earnings play. It's on the move here, guys. Ring Central. So RNG is an earnings play. Now, this one, 28.45. I mean, if it takes out 28.45, then 29.14 is the next high. Now, ah, here are a couple of ones on the way down. Earnings plays on the way down. TOST. Morgan Stanley maintaining coverage with overweight and a target of 54. So even though they've released earnings and certainly a little bit light on earnings, Morgan Stanley is chiming in, and actually Needham also raising it to 60 from 50. The other one I was looking at, is Linth, LNTS. Yes, I do, Vince, in our YouTube room. LNTH. Another look at this gap down on earnings, 30% down on earnings, and not a lifetime low. So I'm just going to answer Vince in our YouTube room. So this is the layout. Vince, this is the layout that I use once the market's open. I don't use this is my pre-market layout. Okay, that's that. I just put in a link in for what I use once the market is open. Okay. Now, remember, if you load my link, make sure you save your link, or if you load my layout, make sure that you save your layout to the cloud first, because you cannot have two layouts open at the same time. Okay, that's the layout I use once the market's open. I usually open that in about 15 minutes from now. 15. Now, the other thing is, though, I do share individual scans. If you click on my homepage link, if you click on my homepage link, middle section, here are the scans. Okay, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing in my layout that I have open once the market opens. Some of these are there, so you can kind of pick and choose what you might like. Pre-market actives up and down is what I'm using right here. Okay, go. Groceries, grocery outlet. So this is a big gap up for this one, 21%. It's through the 200-day moving average. So through the 200-day moving average, not a ton of volume yet, but they released after hours yesterday. So again, on my 15-minute chart, that move area, that is the reaction and continuing this morning. Upstart, Upstart or Unity, sorry, not UPS. This is Unity Software. This is also an earnings play. Moving on to some of the, I think A-Lab might be an earnings play also. Yeah, A-Lab's an earnings play. More expensive. Those of you who don't mind, maybe you play options in this one. I don't know. But this is a more expensive earnings play. Lifetime high, though. Lifetime high for ALAB. A cheap earnings play, eHealth. Yeah, I don't like it. I just don't like it because I look left and I see all these areas it could get blocked. Already up 22%. Hmm. Okay. This is this is I'm sorry, I thought this was SMR, but it is not SMR. I thought this was a long. So SMCI is an earnings play and it's getting whacked down here, guys, down 17%. Big float too, half a billion in the float. So that is a big move down for SMCI on earnings. AIMD, again, tons of earnings plays. AIMD, a real cheap one. AIMD is an earnings play. I don't think IPDN is. I'm just checking out these big movers. So this one got up to 3 and right back down to almost 2. So trading higher after the company announced the appointment of a new CEO. I guess that's Zun Wu. Zun Wu is the new CEO. It's not a China company, is it? It's bought. You guys have been waiting for NVO. I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, NVO is an earnings play. Novo, this is an earnings play, and this is making a new low. Some of you are waiting maybe for a bounce on this one. But anyway, NVO is an earnings play. No, you guys who get up early enough. I mean, I'm seeing some of these early sell flags on some of these earnings plays, and they're awesome. Seriously. This is but this is 4 o'clock Eastern time, which is, 1 o'clock my time. So that's not happening for me, but those of you on the East Coast, well, 4 o'clock even for you guys, it would be pretty early. Not asking anymore, Mike. Thanks. All right, let's take a look at this is another earnings play, guys. I think this is and metal. AMT is an earnings play. We're down 17%. 76 million, not a huge float, not a low float though. Uh, you are shorting that one, Grumpy. Okay. No, no. Again, I could be completely wrong about this one. All this little area here, it may not hold it at all. Yeah. Let's take a look. There's the weekly chart. 335, 334, 350, and then after that, 4. So I don't know. I mean, Gotta get through all these little areas on the weekly chart. This is an earnings play. This is an earnings play. Yeah, I'd have to look at a monthly chart, I guess, on this one to see. It looks like this is the next low on a monthly chart around 40, excuse me, around 41.85 on a monthly chart. Thank you, D. Okay, guys, what else is happening here? So there's the Fly W. Let's see if it's still flying. Yeah, it's still holding, guys. I mean, and look at the weekly chart. Now look at the monthly chart. So yeah, I mean, look at this monthly chart for Fly W. Wow, it's got room on the monthly chart. A lot of room on the monthly chart. This could be a number one focus, guys. It's over 13. The next high in the monthly chart is way up there at 21.30. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I don't know how much. I have to look at a weekly chart a little more detailed, but it looks like it's got a lot of room to potentially move if it wants to. Now it's up 25% already. We don't know how much more it's going to go up. This could be it. There are shares available for me at Interactive Brokers for 4 million in order to short. So plenty of shorts available. Yeah, so that is again that Fly W probably should be on everybody's radar to see whether or not it can hold 13 well, and then just keep moving because it's got a ton of room and it's an earnings play. Obviously, the reaction. Let's see some of the analysts, Raymond James, raising it from target of 17 to 1918. UBS raising it from 11.50 to 13.50, so it's almost there. So Q2 revenue beat, they're probably guiding well also for the next quarter. That's usually the only way a stock can do this. Usually the guidance is good also. Again, I'm not saying it's going to do anything from here. Another little earnings play, guys. FTRE. FTRE is another little earnings play. You know, another one, when you look at a monthly chart, you get some big potential cash fills. So look at this one. This high in a monthly chart is around 12. Just has to get through that 7.99. It's right there. So the next high is 12 on a monthly chart. Take a look at a weekly, see if I can find the weekly high. Yeah. So okay. So the next high in a weekly chart, not quite 12, but it is 9.45. Plenty of room if it wants to keep moving. That is for the FTRE. There's a lot of earnings plays. AIP is an earnings play also. And does, in case you're wondering what I mean by an earnings play, any company that released earnings after hours yesterday, so you can see AIP, if you can see my 15-minute chart, see there's a mauve area right there. They released earnings after hours yesterday, and then of course the continuation today. So that is what I consider an earnings play to watch today versus, and also here's a company that released earnings this morning. Okay, so any company that releases after hours yesterday and also this morning before 9:30, I consider them earnings plays. The RNG, I mean, RNG released very choppy after hours yesterday, but this is now a great move. All right, so the market was a little bit weak yesterday. So what I want to do now, as always, take a look at the sectors that are still under the 200-day moving average, and energy sector XLE underneath the 200-day moving average. I'm not even going to look at XLV. We know healthcare is way under. XLB though, that was materials. Take a look at materials. So materials actually popped above the 200-day moving average yesterday and closed above it. It was down the previous 2 days, but popped above the 200-day moving average and again closed above it also. I will look at retail. Retail was starting to drift down towards it. Had a bit of a pop day yesterday, but you can see it here. So right now, only two of the major sectors, energy and healthcare, still below the 200-day moving average. All right, this is an earnings play after hours today. I don't count those really, but just notice. You see, this is how we designate things. 0.75 means after hours today. 0.25 means before this morning, before the market opens. See if I can find any, and the minus 0.25 is after hours yesterday. That's how we designate, with our earnings date. So TSSI has earnings after hours. I'm sorry, the calendar update. Oh, there was nothing in it today. You're talking about the economic calendar? There's really nothing in it today of note. That's why I didn't put it. I mean, I can show you where I get it, but I don't think there. I didn't see anything of note. That's why I didn't put it in. Okay. There are many out there. Of note, I mean, I know there's oil and gas and things like that, but economic data. Maybe if somebody's going to be talking at one of the Fed presidents. Well, this is getting slammed down here. This is not an earnings play. Not an earnings play. RELX. This is out of the UK. So this is getting hammered down. I'm not sure I see any news on this one. RELX. I'm not sure I see any news. Well, I can tell you I don't see any news. Actually, this looks like it's just how much volume is it? Yeah, a ton of volume. Looks like just from yesterday, just a big continuation from yesterday. Big gap down though through the 200-day moving average. This was yesterday, okay, RELX slides. What appeared to be an all-around doesn't this doesn't explain why the slide happened? The earnings play, guys, so many, so many. CPNG moving down on earnings now. CPNG, Pang, pretty good volume. Well, Nomura is trying to prop them with a price target of 35, even though they've released earnings and the reaction so far is not good. Okay, guys, I'm going to get the layout I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. So give me a moment here. First of all, first thing I always do, even if I haven't made any changes to it, save my layout. Sometimes I do make a change. I may forget, that I've made a change. So I just, out of habit, I just save my layout once I get out of it. Okay, and then close all my windows, and then load the layout I'm going to use once the market is open. 9:30. Once 9:30 happens. All right, give me a moment, guys. Just have some rearranging to do. So what you're seeing here, this one right here. What's interesting? Actually, okay, first I just want to show you this. Okay, I'm sorting now the change from the close. So these are the top six. Okay, my other layout, market active up, it would show the top 15. And this one is only showing the top six. However, I think what I want to do is change in 2 minutes. So if it's, these are still positive stocks, they're moving down now. So for instance, minus 4.4, the AIMD, you can see what's happening right there. This is in a 2-minute period, okay? And the momentum scan does not start delivering us symbols until 9:30. Okay, that doesn't start till 9:30. My scan that I pay attention to all day long now is a gap continuation or reversal. I will not get any alerts here until at least 9:45. That's by design. We don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Got to let things settle down a little bit. So the SPY, let's take a look at the market. Looking at the SPY, so the SPY up a little bit. Yeah, so I mean, it's holding at 13 level. I mean, it looks so good. I mean, if it keeps holding this, just because of the gap, potential gap fill, not a ton of volume on, 141 did they release? All right, so they release post market. So okay, a lot of times you'll see a lot more volume when a stock has when they release in the pre market. It's not terrible. It's 122,000 shares, but spread isn't terrible either. 1330, 1335. Blue screen here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales for Interactive Brokers. Okay, now cheap earnings play. It's MyGen. So I mean, if you look at a monthly chart, there's certainly room 582, but if you look at that daily chart first, I think you're going to see little areas, all these little areas that could stall for the MYGN. All right, CYRX is running a little bit right now, guys. Again, this is the percent change in 2 minutes that you're looking at here. It could be negative, it could be positive. Okay, these are the top ones moving within a 2 minute period, percentage wise. Okay, that's what you're seeing here. So you're seeing exactly why CYRX moving like this. And yeah, and this is Crowdport. This is an earnings play. This is an earnings play. So Leerink is putting a $16 price target on them. Basically double, almost double where they are now. And when you see these price targets, guys, don't think, oh, these guys must know what they're talking about, so I might as well just buy it. Think everything I got into this one because it'll double. Please don't. These are just opinions, of course, and they may have reasons for putting those opinions out. There's another big gap down on earnings, guys. EOLS, another big gap down on earnings, 24%. Way down here. Look at all this, breaking through all this, down $2. EOLS. Go, market's open. Somebody didn't tell me. Okay, guys, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down. Market open at 9:30. I think caught me by surprise. So when you see you see this in red, okay? CWD in red. and up 5%, that means the stock is still down for the day. So it's down a lot, 10%, almost 10% for the day, but it's trying to pop a bit. First move in the market, we've got a bit of a red bar, first move in the market. Earnings play, guys. OPFI. OPFI is their earnings. So look at the volume that came in here. Most of the volume is right here at 9:30 of the day. Well, almost half of it anyway. Okay, through through that high. The next high looking left is 13.49. So there's about $1 to that next high. Again, not saying it's going to get there, but that is the next high looking left. See what happens here. No, interesting. No halts resumes yet. Usually there's a few right around 9:30. One moment. Just as I said that, we have a halt for FTRE. So we have a halt for FTRE. Let's see if it's a good halt or a bad halt. Bad halt. Okay, if you're looking for this one to move higher. So this got halted on the way down. This is an earnings play. FTRE is an earnings play. So it's given up a lot of its gain. It was up to $8, a little over $8. So back down to 681. Ooh, now I've been kind of watching. I have this on thumbnail on my other monitor, one of my other monitors, LNTH. It is now under 50. Under 50. Not a good spread. 49.05, 49.80. Not a good spread. So you can see the AIMD has now had a 23% move within a 5-minute period. So again, this is an earnings play. So you can see, well, I was wrong. But this little area, I thought that might hold it up. Not even close. It just exploded right through. Okay, guys. Just looking at AIMD, JELD. This I did not see this in the pre-market. This is an earnings play. JELD is an earnings play. Well, Burkini, make sure you manage your trades. I see you say you're up on all the swing trades that from Andy. Make sure you manage them though. Don't let them turn negative on you. You don't have to hold them all week, you know. Make sure you manage them well. Talking to Burakini in our YouTube room. Again, guys, I'm just waiting for the first one in the gap continuation or reversal scan. No, 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 no. You're not supposed to do anything really, Burkini. I mean, yeah, the idea if you can hold them all week if they're still working, but if they're not working, don't hold them. Okay, you have to have a stop. I know it's outlined in the email you get, but you have to have so as long as you obey the stop. But I mean, look, let's pretend that JELD. I'm talking to Borachini in our YouTube room. Let's pretend that this one, okay, was one of them. And yesterday, and the trigger was at 454. It gets up to $6 now. That's a tremendous percentage move. You probably want to take some off. I'm just using this as an example. Okay, take some off. You would not want to have this, move way down on you. So you got to take some profit, in my opinion, when if you get a steep pop in something. Having said all that, it's up to you. Okay, you have to manage the trades on your own. But I wouldn't just say, okay, I'm holding these all week, no matter what. Okay, I just wouldn't do that. Novavax, guys, NVAX, not this is actually an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Next high looking left, 846. So here's another one, guys. GSM is down for the day. You can see it's in red here, down for the day, but trying to move right at the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play, so it's right at the 200-day moving average. Upstart, guys, Upstart. UPST earnings play. Looks like low of the day now. Low of the day for Upstart, UPST. 72, so 73. If that doesn't hold it, look out below, guys. $68, okay? So that doesn't hold it, but maybe that acts as a bounce area, okay? Maybe that'll hold it, maybe it'll bounce. Guys, I'm going to do something here. I think I'm going to have to go back and build Pepe. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of this. I think it's just too redundant, okay? The change in 5 minutes, change in 2 minutes. I'm gonna get rid of this one. SMRT, guys, SMRT. Smart Rent. Smart Rent. This is an earnings play. This could be interesting. It's just over a dollar. The next high is a dollar nine. Today's high is a dollar seven, dollar nine. I mean, it could get blocked, up in this area, but it is an earnings play. Not a ton of volume yet. Right? I see some of our from our AI guys, Novavax. So this has room. This has some room still at 845. I'm saying to take it because it's okay, guys. Geez, Capri just waiting now. It's 9:44, so I'm waiting for the first one to come in. I'm talking about from the gap continuation or reversal scan. And speaking of one, okay, so here's AD. I'm actually looking more for the gap down and goes, okay? The gap down and go. So I saw it gap down, and then when we get the alert, it is still moving down. Doesn't mean it's going to keep moving down forever, of course. Sort of like SMCI, guys. Now, the only problem I have with SMCI is that 4615 is the next low looking, or 4623. Too close. Boy, I wish when we looked left, there was a ton of room. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just talking to internally or our Slack discussion thread at Trade Ideas. An issue here with Trade Ideas. Okay, it's really. I mean, my it's really taxing. I'm going to try to get the previous build. I think this build, even though I'm not using, putting in the alerts and all that you can, I want to see if that is just something's going crazy. So I'm going to be on mute for a bit until I can find that previous build, and I'll just reload that one and see if that helps because Trade Ideas is just jumping up and down here on my 215. So it hasn't happened before like that. Gonzalo, I can give you a I'll show you on my homepage. If you go to my homepage, it's not so much the layout, but you can pick individual scans. Okay, here are my custom scans. Oh my, here are my scan. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Just give me a moment, guys. It's driving me crazy. Okay, guys, I am going to put a previous build on. Okay, from Trade Ideas. Just give me a moment. It won't take me long. Okay, it won't take me long. So I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay, guy. Okay, guys. I'm back now. Let's see if I think this is the previous build. I'm going to see if this quiets down a lot. Sorry about that. So this is a gap up and reverse. Unity. This Wolverine. Yeah, Wolverine worldwide. This is a gap up and go, guys. So yeah, guys, I got rid of the most up in 2 minutes. I know it's on my. You can still have it, or you can still, or biggest change in 2 minutes. It was just redundant. I really think I don't really need to have that up if I have the five. So on my layout, if you load my layout, you'll notice you'll have the 2 minute if you want. Okay, now this is a gap down and reversal play. Okay, for Mosaic, this is an earnings play. Morning develop. Okay, this is an earnings play. Because you're going to have more. Okay, just in case you're wondering, when I rebooted Trade Ideas, I'm only going to get the last ones at starting at 9:52. Morning develop three in our YouTube room. Yes, definitely a low float. 3 million in the float for the real messenger. What I'm really trying to find right now is something that is either a gap up and starting to reverse, or a gap down and reverse, or a gap down and go. I feel like I've missed the unity. Okay, now Angie here. Angie, um, this is a gap up and starting to reverse. Okay, this could be really interesting underneath 18. Okay, the whole number. I'm going to stick a price alert right around 1793. Okay, 1793, and see if it takes it out. There's a lot of room underneath. The 200-day moving average is far enough away. Market's really not doing too much. I mean, the Dow's up a smidge, Qs are up a little, SPY's up a little. Market's not doing too much. All right, now here's a gap down and go, guys. It's a little bit choppy looking, but gap down and go. First thing I have to do, this is for the ACHC. So the first thing I do, take a look at that weekly chart. We're at 2029 right now. There's a low right there at 2036, so it's a little bit below that. Okay, match is an earnings play, guys. Match is an earnings play. Now, the problem with this one right now, 3860, that red line you see there, that is the next high looking left on a daily chart. You won't be able to see it when I go to my daily chart. It's somewhere way back. NYT. NYT is an earnings play. NYT is an earnings play, guys. A big gap up here. New York Times, interesting. Lifetime high. I think this didn't this come back as NYT or something a little while ago because this is an earnings play. It says it's 100% lifetime high. It's got a little bit of room. This BWIN, another one. It's a gap down and going down. Just a little bit though, because when you look at the monthly chart, the next high is 31.52, about 50 cents away. I wish it had more room to run. Okay, guys, ACHC, HCHC. Oh, I got a little, not a lot. I'm talking about the ACHC. It really, well, I got some, not as much as I wanted on the short. That might be a good thing if it pops, but I'm definitely. I mean, this one has a lot of room underneath. I think. Yeah. So it's an earnings play. All right, ACHC. What do you got? Let's see if I put a little price alert down here. See if I can induce it downwards a little bit more. ACHC. Ooh, now there's another one. Now, what was the alert at? 1874. Another one on the way down. Earnings play on the way down. And I'm talking about the KMT earnings play on the way down. All right, quick look to see where it could go. Yeah, I mean, 1811 is the next low, so there is some room down to the 18 level. Okay, this is this low floater RMSG halted on the well, just resumed, I guess. I sorry, just got halted again. Where there's some good moves here. Look at the New York Times, NYT kept moving here, kept moving. Not in that one. All right. Well, guys, I guess I'm glad I didn't get all I wanted on the ACHC. Got out just for pennies. I'm going to take a look at it again, though. Okay. So I want to take a look at it if it gets back down to the 1970s. There's a gap up and reversal play, guys. ATEN. They gapped up and starting to reverse. A little sell flag right there on the trade wave. All right, guys, 10:05. So now's the time that I go over my homepage, show you the information that I've got on my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. All I ask is that if you do take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. Using my code helps to keep the room free. The company tracks these promo codes. They see my name being used enough, they'll keep the room free. Trade of the week, you'll get it. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section right here. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, okay, the 8 or 9, I don't even know how many there are, but 8 or 9 short videos. If you do take out a subscription, this is mandatory that you do this first. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about it, is it a good fit for me? Start off with the second video. These are all short videos, and this can give you an idea of whether or not this is the type of program you might want, okay? And if you do take out a subscription, start off monthly. If you don't like it after, within a month, just cancel. Don't start off with an annual. But I would definitely do this if just to give you an idea about what the capabilities of Trade Ideas are before you take out a subscription. Okay. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, if you're new to trading, you can sign up for this. This is all free. That's not really signing up, but you're just looking at these videos if you're new to trading. And what I would do is just save my homepage link. This is how you get into the main room every day. Okay. This one right here to trade smarter in the free trading room. Now, you click on my homepage link. You're at the top. Scroll down if you're looking for my scans. So you're not going to see this one. The change in 2 minutes. I decided to get rid of it. It's too redundant. We've got the change in 5 minutes right here. So you can just give me a moment. So remember, you can sort on any column header you got here. So if you wanted to change in 2 minutes, you could do it. I'm going to keep it on 5 minutes. The momentum scan is here. The halts or zooms is down here. Single stock window is here. Now, this is a scan I keep an eye on my other monitor. A lot of action, gap continuation or reversal scan right here. And I also have Pepe's combo scan. This is the combo scan over here. Over here on another monitor, okay? Those are the two that I am looking at that you can't see. I'm not trying to hide them from you. In fact, now that have some space, I might put the gap continuation right here. Now that I have some space. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. And welcome to the room if you're new. Starting next week, the format is Chris Farley at Trade Ideas will open the room at 7:30 Eastern Time. I get on the mic at 9. I don't get any earlier. I live in Vancouver on the West Coast, so a little early for me. But Chris is on vacation this week, so I will continue to open the room sometime between 8 and 8:15 Eastern Time. So when Chris gets back next week, he'll open it at 7:30. I usually go to about 2:30, and I'll say later if you have questions. Otherwise, I just take off. Okay. You can ask me questions now. Okay, so if you open a race, I'm not running races anymore, but I will open one, okay? Go to my home page. There is a race there. Let's see what's happening. No, I don't. Okay, so here's the race. So what are you seeing? You usually have to you just have to let it start running. So what is going on? Now, if it doesn't populate, is it because maybe you've got filters that are preventing anything from happening? For instance, I've got this is yeah, but it might is it because now is it green or is it red? Does it look like this? And then you have to start the race, or okay, so first, okay, make sure you are connected, right? I mean, you see a green, you can see the green ball I'm pointing at in my up here. Can you see that? To make sure you do have a live connection. Are you getting any other scan, anything from anything else? Just want to make sure you do have a live connection. And I'm pointing at that toolbar up here. Because the only other reason usually means if you open the top list, okay. Well, let's do that. Okay, so right click on it and open the top list. Open the top list. You see where it says open top list? Let's make sure you've got stocks in it, okay, to begin with. Okay, can you do that for me? Just right click on your race and open the top list. Okay, can you do that? And do you have and are there symbols in it? Okay, so if you take this and now launch a stock race, a real-time race from it, you should see something like this to start, and then it should. Not sure how to help you. If you do see symbols in here, I don't run races anymore. Okay, I don't like them. No, it's not that I don't like them. I'd rather have the tree map, but I'm trying to figure out why you wouldn't get anything if you right click and like never mind the race you've got with nothing in it. Just launch the race from the top list window, and you should see something like this. The problem is it's launching for me because I'm telling it to start at 9:30. Okay, you do have a race now. You do have a race now. Then you said the top list is great, and you're able to launch the race from that top list. Hmm. Something you see could be something in the time. Yeah, yeah. That's the next step. Can you share it? You know how to share it? Put the cloud link in. Put the cloud link in. Okay, so we can take a look at it. All I have to do is right click on the race, save or share. Click on save and share, and then paste it in with Control V. Yeah, save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save and share, and it would say OK. Just click on OK, and then paste it in uh, uh, with Control V. Okay, using Control V to paste it in. We can take a look at it. Ooh, I got gremlins here. Why is this now? I'm not getting anything in here. There we are. Okay. What you're talking plant? You mean to share a cloud link? Yeah, you just right click. Is that what you're talking about? How to share a cloud link? Talking a plant in our the support question area. Okay, so just right click. It doesn't matter if it's a momentum scan or even a chart or if it's a tree map or an alert window. You just right click where it says save or share to cloud. You click on that. You click on save and share, and you say okay, okay, and that's done. Now you just in here. I'm going to on my keyboard Control V, and it pastes puts it in. It pastes it in. Okay, pretty simple. Again, right click, save or share to cloud. Just save and share. I don't want to do it again because it's just going to have multiple versions of it in my folder, so I won't do it again. But just click on Save and Share, and then click on OK, and then Control V to paste it in. Well, I sort of missed out on my. I had two go-tos this morning, and one was the TOST as a short, and also the LNTH as a break of 50. Yeah, that's the thing about the sharing cloud links. If you have a problem with a scan, you're wondering, well, what is happening? We try. Well, I try. I know Pepe does also. I try. First taking a look without having to see the link, but eventually you probably have to see the link. Okay. Yeah. So Ivy, there are two rooms. Okay. You're in YouTube, and there is another. There's a. I don't want to call it more advanced, but there's more action in the other trading room. So I'm moderating two rooms. Okay. I should always remember if you want to come into the other room, you can. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I'm just going to give you a link. Okay, so on my homepage, you paste it right in here, okay, or in the support question. Okay, just paste it in the general market talk or in the support question so we can see it. Okay, I'm gonna I'm talking to somebody in the main room. So Ivy, if you want to come into the again what I call the main room, so click on my homepage link. If you go down the education section, click on the more info. And at the top right there, the free trading room, okay? Right there. Now you have to do that every day. There's no kind of link you can save. You have to, so the best thing you do, save my homepage link. And I have to do the same thing every day also. And then you can create a username and you can come on in if you want to. Okay, sorry. I'm getting, I just loaded it. I just wanted to load this and take a look to see if it was working. I'm getting it and it's working. It is working. I'm not sure why it's not working for you. If you right click, I don't know if you have to have the browser interface checked. It is checked when I loaded it. Is that checked? I think you have to have that checked. Have I? No, you don't have to have it checked. Yeah, you've got a lot of stocks in here, so that is not the issue. I don't know. That's a weird one. The fact that we can load it and it's fine on our end. Ah, you unchecked the. Okay, okay, that's right. Some people. I mean, this is so long ago. No, Pepe, that was the issue. Remember a long time ago? the, this was the issue people had when they had the use browser interface was checked and they weren't getting anything. Okay, you must be on quite a earlier version of Trade Ideas or something. Okay, remember that Pepe though? People couldn't see it if they had the use browser interface checked. So it depends on the version he's on. All right. Well, we've got it working for you. Latest beta, and it won't. Well, that's a bug then. Well, you might as well just uncheck the browser interface, and at least we got it working for you. Okay, energy. Borakini in our YouTube room is asking me about NRG. What do I think? Is this one of those ones from Andy? So it's an earnings play. So I mean, I don't know what else I can say. It's obviously not reacting well to earnings. It's down 12%. So I'm not sure what more I can add. Next low looking left. I mean, maybe find some support around 147 if it gets there. Looking for yourself. Okay, well, obviously it's an earnings play and the market is reacting very poorly to it. So that's all I can say about it really. Next low looking left, it still has room to that low. Well, when you're saying it had a good earnings report, obviously the market disagrees. Okay. When it's down $22 and 12.8%, it's possible that maybe they're guiding poorly. Guiding, in other words, maybe we had a good last quarter, but we're not expecting a great next quarter. I don't know. I haven't read it. But obviously, the market is reacting to it in this fashion. Okay. Sometimes you can drive yourself crazy, when you look at some of these earnings reports, and you might even get something that says, great earnings, great revenues, and they're even guiding well, and yet the stock still drops. Sometimes it's because the stock has had a run previous, and now there's this bunch of, it was in advance of earnings, and now people are just taking profit. I mean, I don't know. There's so many reasons why, stock can drop on earnings when you think it looks good. And I'm not just talking to you, Borachini. That's to anybody. The YouTube link for the trading room. Okay. Understand, don't go into both rooms, okay? They're the same. You see my like both rooms see my screen and they can hear me. The only difference, the difference in YouTube room is that it's just there's not as much activity, and also there's about a 5 to 8 second delay. that YouTube puts on it. But this is the YouTube link. So through all that, guys, I did take one trade. I was talking about it just before. I still working out. I missed getting back into the ACHC though. Ah, was when I was in this one, got out for pennies up here. So many good shorts. Okay, and all that, guys. It's 10:30 now. So normally, what I should have done by now is go over this scan just to show you what I believe is the true power of trade ideas. Okay, it really sets us apart from most other programs. So this is the momentum scan. Okay, so if I right click on it and then click on configure and then click on summary, this is telling me what the scan is looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 20, meaning it's trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. 500,000 shares minimum. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400. And it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, that's the trigger, then we get a real-time alert. So at the time, in AMPD, made a new high at 1477 at 1027. So the bottom line, all the values are met, filter values are met. Again, we have a trigger. In this particular case, I'm going to show you the other triggers that we do have, the new high of the day. Now, there are many screening programs out there you can buy. Of course, we can screen. This is the screening. These filters represent the screeners. Full use of the screen would be the screener. Show me the stocks up the most today. Show me the stocks down the most today. Show me the stocks that are moving the most percentage-wise in a 5-minute period. What this one is doing is it giving you a list of stocks. But again, we can take that one step further, taking those filter values and applying a trigger to it. In this case, the new high of the day. These are all real-time alerts. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. Now, the only difference when you load it, you will not get the stock repeating over and over again. Show you what I mean. Like this, okay? You will get the stock repeating over and over again. See how U is there, there, and there, and there, and there? What I did on mine is just to say, okay, only show me every 5 minutes if it makes a new high. You don't have to do that. The other thing, of course, you can do is maybe you don't like some of the filters I've got. Maybe you don't like my price range. There's something else you don't like. You can take it out. Maybe if you are adjusting values, and if you have any trading experience at all, maybe you have a favorite filter. You might want to add that into this one. Okay, you can do that. This is what happens to be what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. So if you want to build your own scan from scratch, you can do that. If I click on search this time, at the top here, these are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. You can see we have a lot of other real-time alerts scrolling down, and if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we have. So please don't get overwhelmed by all this. If you're looking at this for the first time, thinking, well, this is too complicated. How am I supposed to learn them all? Well, you don't have to learn them all. The reason there are so many is that when the company started in 2003, they felt most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they said, okay, let's try to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different filters so that for the majority of the customers they had at the time, they could combine them. Those customers could combine the filters and the alerts to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, that's the reason there are so many. But you don't have to learn them all. If you have no trading experience at all, though, I would go to my home page, go to the education section, and go to Back to Basics. If you don't have any trading experience at all, Trade Ideas is a fabulous program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. Ideas, it generates ideas, but when you click on an idea and you don't know what the chart is trying to tell you, it's not going to help you. Now, if you have any trading experience at all, what I would do is just kind of scroll down through this, and if you see something that you recognize from your trading idea, from your trading experience, try it. Okay, but please don't get overwhelmed by all this. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of filters. Doesn't mean what I don't use is doesn't mean that all the things that I don't use are bad. It just means that for my trading style, which is a very simple one, I don't need them. But your trading style may be very different. The reversal play, guys. Now, what I do, in fact, that is still at the trigger. Okay, so you don't have to do the same thing, but I do want to go over this scan, this multi-strategy window. The typical use of a multi-strategy window, if you don't have a lot of screen space, say you've only got one monitor, and you want to put, maybe you have several, don't have too many, okay? Don't have too many. Maybe you have several alert windows on your monitor, you can group them and put them into one window called a multi-strategy window. Now that's what I've done here. Screen space is not an issue for me, but what I like to do, if the scans are kind of similar, and these are all gap scans, I tend to put them into one monitor. And these are the scans. I just have to right click and I hover over strategies. So there's a gap up and go. That means the stock when I got the alert, had gapped up, and at the time of the alert, was making a new high for the day. Okay, gap down and reverse, stock gap down and was starting to reverse. Gap up and reverse, was gapping up, now it's reversing. Then the gap down and go, which take a look at KMT as an example. Gap down, and at the time of the alert, it was moving down. Now understand, it doesn't mean that when you get the alert, you just automatically take the trade because there's no guarantee it's going to keep moving in the direction. But at least you are alerted to the fact there's that KMT I was talking about. Okay, now you don't have to have them all checked. For instance, maybe you only want to play reversal plays. So you would uncheck the gap up and go, or the gap down and go. Maybe you only want to go long. So the gap down and reverse is a suggestion to go long, and the gap up and go is a suggestion to go long. They're color coded. If it's yellow, it's the gap up and reverse. So I have yellow and orange are my potential shorts, and the powder blue and the green the potential longs. So you don't have to have them all checked. Now, the other thing I do is I also duplicate this window, because I also and then I put what it's called DR for don't repeat. I added don't repeat. So I'm only going to see the symbol the first time and that's it. And I like to do that because now I can go back in time and say, well, what happened when we got that first alert for guts? Okay, at 9:50, the price was 101. What happened from there? That's why I like the don't repeat. I can go back and check to see maybe it hasn't moved that much. Maybe there's still an opportunity. Or how well did that work? So all you have to do is just if you want, you have this, you can duplicate the window and then click on configure all. You edit the select. I'm sorry, wrong. Duplicate the window just by right click, duplicate. Then you go to properties and where it says don't repeat, okay, check it, don't repeat, and I don't repeat for the day. That's what I do. Ah, okay. I was wondering, well, wait a minute, I don't have that don't repeat. Now, the interesting thing is we discovered this last week. If I, you know what, if nobody cares about this, I'm not going to go over it. If you care about what I'm talking about in terms of the don't repeat, I'll explain it a little bit better, more. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 10:41. Now, today is Wednesday, so you know what that means. CEO of Trade Ideas, I will confirm that though. CEO of Trade Ideas, Dan Merkin. He usually on Wednesdays at noon Eastern will start a YouTube stream, and there's where you can ask the CEO of Trade Ideas questions. Okay, I'm going to confirm that Dan will be there. Now, this was one I saw earlier. Unfortunately, I did not take it, but you know what? It was a little bit choppy. Okay, I saw it up here. This is Mosaic has a potential gap down and go. The issue really has to be though, wait to see if it pulls up and then moves down. But it was a little bit choppy. You see how it moved up and down, moved up again. Same thing with the dawn, you know. This is another one gap down and go, moved down, then popped up and down. Looking for something a little more smooth. CPOP. I wonder if this is an earnings play. CPOP. This is not an earnings play. Wow, look at this move here, guys, for CPOP. Give me one moment. Boy, this the other one I was looking at earlier, as a gap down and go, the SMCI. And now it's sort of, it's more of a steady downward move. This was a really, yeah. So this one looks like it could be over the RMSG. This was a low floater that exploded, but look at it now. Well, this has been a gap up and go, and a little choppy at the beginning. HNGE. This is an earnings play, I bet. Yeah, another earnings play. See how many earnings plays there are. Just a ton of them. This is an example of a gap down and trying to reverse. Here we go. Still down for the day. Earnings play. Ah, this is just open, guys. CTW is a cheap IPO. It just opened. It was IPO 5.4 million shares. Is that in Japan? So far, not a lot of enthusiasm. It's underneath the IPO price of 5. Well, SMCI just accelerating its move down now, guys. This is the type of smooth move you like right there on that 5-minute chart. And CPOP just got halted on the well. This got halted on the way down. Had a massive move. Remember, it was just over $1. No, was it okay? I thought it was starting from under $1 today, but now look at it. So this is a good example, okay, of something that is nicely moving down. Okay, had the initial. This is all pre-market, remember? So here's the 9:30 candle, right there, and look how nice it was. No giant blue bars to get you out of the trade. Okay, guys, I'm now starting to look at some of the ones from Pepe Scan. combo scan, VSH. This is earnings play. Let's see. Well, it's out of Japan. Okay, so I don't anticipate. Excuse me. There are some big guys, but let's take a look. It could be like Mizuho. I know they're a Japanese. So who's behind it? Kingwood, TFI, and yeah, I don't know these guys at all. Kingswood, TFI Securities. That's behind it. Okay. Typically, wow, KMT. This is just all the troubles I've been having today. Um, this is now, I think, yeah. I mean, I had an eye on that 1813, thinking it might stop it, but so far no. And then down here is 1726. I mentioned this one in the pre-market as an earnings play. Kennametal. Okay, guys. Remember Verb? I don't think this is shortable for me. I think it was. No, not shortable now. This one that went crazy on, I think, on Monday, got up to $30, 29.72. Some kind of an altcoin, ton coin, whatever. I don't have no idea where that is in the whole list of those altcoins. I know I could look it up, but I don't want to. So here's a gap up. There's a gap down and reversal play, guys. The MET-C. And you can see the next high looking left, even though you don't see it on the, well, I can go to the daily chart. You see it. No, you'll see it. There it is. So it's yesterday's high. Let's see. So it's an earnings play. Actually, it's not an earnings play. It had earnings on the 31st after hours. So it's not an earnings play. It was last week. You see the reaction right here. But it's had a nice recovery. But then down today for whatever reason. I haven't got a confirmation. That'll be Dan in our starting that YouTube stream at noon. I haven't got a confirmation yet. Oh, yes, I do. Sorry. And you just confirmed. Okay, so yeah, so Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start a YouTube stream at noon. I'll put that link in before I take off. It won't be in the. He starts his own stream. Okay, so he doesn't join into the one that I've got. Okay, so this is at actually a rebound now, guys. 9% within a 5-minute period. This one meaning RMSG. Oh, there's the KMT. There's a gap down and go. So the two, I was really waiting on the gap down and goes today. And here, this is what I'm talking about. The first alert of it. I didn't get it here, but where was it? At 1874 at 10:02. Okay. All right. Now go is coming right into a daily high somewhere, some week, some month. There's a daily high. Let me go to the monthly chart. So that month, so what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago, there was almost at the high of the month also. Okay, there was a daily high. If it can take that out, wow, I still got room. 2094 on the monthly chart anyway. Okay, 2094 on the monthly chart. So we're at 1749 minutes. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but this is an earnings play. So what I was talking about with the gross, so this may block it. Maybe that blocks it. I mean, there are shares available. They're short for me anyway. This might block at that high. It's 6 months ago. I don't know how much pressure there really is to stop it from moving up. You can see exactly where it got. Why you always when you say, look left, look left, look left. All right, so the market's put on a bit of a spurt here, guys, from the low of 28. So the market's putting on a bit of a spurt here. Dow is up. These are up a little. Here's another one, okay? EXTR, look what it's doing. It's coming. I can't take it because it's a gap up. It's a gap up and go. It's an earnings play, EXTR. But look, 2083, that is the next high looking left. So I can't take, I can physically able to take a trade, but mentally I won't. All right, I'm not looking at any of the low floaters at all, but let's take a look at some of them now. Now this is sort of interesting. Make sure, let's check. Interesting. This is a very active scanner, and the last alert, this in the momentum scanner, the last alert I had was 10:27. I mean, we're now 11 o'clock, over 30 minutes ago, and this is a very active scanner. That's the AMDD was the last one. Broken record, guys. So here is SSRM, and look what it's doing. This is from the combo scan from Pepe, and getting right into that high. I'm going to look at a monthly chart to see where that is. So that's back here. Okay, that's back in quite a while ago, actually, almost 2 years ago, September of 2023. There was a high, daily high right there. Look, if it takes, man, if it takes this out, I mean, there's some room on a monthly chart anyway. I'm going to put a price alert around 1521 and see if it gets up there. This is probably, yeah, another earnings play, mining company, silver, or gold. I thought it was silver. So this is also a gap up and go. The SSRM is also a gap up and go on that scan. Nice little break on the 15-minute chart, though, for this SSRM. Nice little bit of consolidation there. It was holding the VWAP, holding the VWAP. This was a crazy one from a couple of weeks ago, I think. Yeah, LHAI. I want to say this was an IPO. LHAI on this day got up to 22.29. Yeah, so far this Japanese IPO is not being met with any enthusiasm at all. Remember, the IPO was priced at 5, and it's at 4.30 right now, so there's no enthusiasm for it. Okay, guys, I don't often do this. I don't often take, but this is an earnings play. I don't usually buy oil stocks or precious metals because I think they're way too tied to the sector. I like to see things trading on their own without having to worry about what the overall sector is doing. But I'm really looking at taking this SSRM to see if it gets back over to that 15, 20, 21 mark again. Well, I don't know if I've seen this one before. Hinge Health. What an earnings play for it. What do they do? Hinge, digital healthcare company that develops software for joint and muscle healthcare. Okay, all-time high for this company, HNGE. Oh, so it was just a fairly recent IPO. Let me go to a monthly. I don't really recall seeing this one before. Yeah, so this was looks like an IPO back here in May. Don't really remember it too well, but this is now an all-time high. So this is okay. This has been a good IPO. Probably the first earnings release it's had has not disappointed. Yeah, I saw that one also, the SUPN. I mean, it's hey guys. Okay, let's see if this has any room to keep running. I'm in this SSRN. Good fill. Okay, boy, this hinge is just. I don't. I'm pretty sure this must be its first earnings release. 1, 2, 3 months. Yeah, this is probably the first earnings release for it. For the hoopla about LPSN this morning it was the top one, up the most, I believe. And look at this now. I mean, it's still up 31%, but just actually just fading, fading, fading. Was not sortable for me at Interactive Brokers. AMT, this is what you want to see, in my opinion. I mean, this is very, very few, very, very few areas where you're getting a little worried about maybe taking some off. Maybe here, maybe there, but this has just been beautiful. I mean, right from the get-go on the short. This is I'm not in it at the actual alert price. That's about $1 from the alert price, I believe. That's the KMT. Remember, I started another version of Trade Ideas at about 9:50, so I'm not seeing. I think it was earlier than that. I think it was right around. Maybe not. No, maybe not. 10:06 is where. Sorry, right there. 10:02, 1874. That was the first alert. So you see how this works, okay? See, it's repeating in this scan, and so yeah, that's what we want to see. I want to see SSRM. I want to see this repeating in this scan. So using the trade wave, okay, following the wave till it transitions. Doesn't mean I won't take something off at some point, and then allowing me to keep in the trade as long as the wave still is blue. Now, I said yesterday that I probably should be looking at a 2-minute chart on it also, just to see. This was a tremendous gap up and reversal trade that I did not take, but the Unity software gap up and then reverse. I have no idea why I have a price alert for Moderna. I didn't. mRNA. I did not. Oh, I know why. In case it took out that low down here. This was its earnings day, um, and I'll get a whack down. And now it's at the low of that day. That's what 3 days ago. I must have put a price alert that day to see if it would take that out at some point. And yeah, not this week's trade of the week though, right, Todd? This week's trade of the week was SMR. That was last week, I think. Bull. Yeah, and it had to pull back down to 14, and it obviously it did. Not sure if it may have triggered last week also. Oh, in fact, I know it did. I don't know if it got stopped out though. But you can always look at the trades of the week in something you just want to follow, even if it doesn't work that week. There's a method to Steve's madness, in choosing the trades of the week. So sometimes, the week that so if he has a stock as the trade of the week, maybe it doesn't work that week, but it starts working the subsequent week as a good watch list. So this is it's probably too late for me, but just pointing out what these look like. Okay, a gap down and reverse. EYPT, another earnings play. Broken record. They're all earnings plays. So they're virtually all earnings plays. This crazy one, guys, is this halted on the way up or down? Whoa, RNA just got halted on the way up. Now, if you haven't been following this story, it's got up to 56, a few months. It was actually last month, but I might be thinking of another one. But look at the move on it. I don't know if there's some news on it or some group somewhere that decided to pile into this. I don't see any news on this one. Anybody have any news on this one? I mean, there's a big pop in volume right here for RNA, and it's halted now. And the potential open is 40. Holding on to this SSRM, I just want to. I'm a little under right now, but I want to see. Obviously I had a little bit of profit when it was in the mid 20s, but looking for more. Don't see any news on this one though. Now, my news source is not that split second news using interactive brokers, but I'm just looking to see, if traders, a lot of times what they'll do is they'll say something like traders circulating some kind of rumor. But something is happening with this, obviously. Okay, thank you. So there is a rumor on that. HLE is saying Novartis is weighing a deal for RNA. Okay, it hasn't hit this news yet, but I believe you. Well, wait a minute. It's right there. All I had to do was read this. I'm not sure it was there when I saw it. Okay, Novartis made takeover approach. Wonder if they have made. So it's not that it's been accepted by RNA. Financial Times report. So that all is just showing up now for me. Wow. So this company Go broke through that high, guys. It did break through that high, and we saw a red line on it. So let's see where's the next high. So the next high is this month on the daily chart right there, 1887. So it's a dollar away. Happened in this month in December of last year. The other one, I mean, the gap up and go, but look, so many of them are looking at the next highs, looking left on the daily chart, very close, that red line, that's what it represents. Yeah, you're right. DYN just got ooh, on the way up. Okay, on the way up. I noticed this as an AI alert, a short. Okay, guys, I'm out of the SSRM for a little loss on it. Okay, I just don't like the way it's trading. Okay, maybe I look at it again if it gets into the 1520s, but a little profit on it, but I was looking for a lot more. So I'm out of it now. Well, it was in now 11:21, so another 40 minutes. Oh, boy, this is the one. ACHC, that's the where they wanted to be in. I just missed my re-entry on it. Look at this. So this is what you want to see. I'm shorting pretty steadily down. A little jog there, a little jog, and nothing major like that one that got me out. Almost think I should, almost delay it for 30 minutes in that scan. Yeah, I was just talking about that one, right? LHAI just blasting off, as you said. Daily chart. Well, so the next high looking left. Again, I really haven't been looking at these, but I mean, you guys can, and maybe I will. 977 is the next high looking left. 739. So it got two. 746. So breaks through this again and look left. I mean, it's got room, obviously. I think it's going to get there. I still have some of my KMT short. Waiting to see if it maintains under 18. It's at 1787 right now. Any type of a break through 18 will get me out the balance that I have. Earnings play, guys. The prison stock, as I call it. Oops. And that's Geo. So this is a gap up. Sorry, a gap up and reversal now. What do I think? Burkini in our YouTube room asking me about ALAB. Well, I know ALAB had earnings today. I haven't seen it since then, and I can't remember if it's good or bad. Yeah, up 29%. So yeah, I mean it's a strong earnings play so far. But again, if you're asking me if you think buy it now or right now, the key point is right looking at that VWAP. That you can see my 5 minute chart. That purple line is getting slightly underneath it. This could start turning into a gap up and reversal play. It's way outside the price range I trade though. That doesn't mean you can't trade it or anybody listening to me can't trade it, of course, but it's just outside of the price range that I look at. No, 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 no. There's no guarantee. When I say it's below the VWAP and it's moving down now, doesn't mean, because so it's about to go down. Okay. Doesn't mean it's going to continue down. It just looks like, it gapped up and it's starting to reverse. Doesn't mean it's going to continue. It could stop right there and reverse. No guarantee, of course, of anything. Well, it means that it actually is not showing up on my scan because it's outside the price range. It's possible that it would have, but just like the Geo, a gap up on reverse, okay? See, it doesn't mean it's going to continue down. It just means at the time of the alert, this was a stock that had gapped up and was starting to reverse. Starting. That's the key word. Starting. Whether it continues, it's another issue. So I see DYN just resumed, guys. So DYN just resumed and it moved down from that halt. Halted on the it just halted on the way up. It resumed and it's moving down now. There's shorts available too for me at Interactive Broker. A little too late now. This was an AI alert to short. Obviously, not sure if it worked at all at some point. I don't think so. I haven't looked at Bitcoin for a while, so I see that Bitcoin's having a little bit of a pop today, 1300, up to almost 115. I haven't really looked at it look at the market. Yeah, the market is just had a beautiful run. You can see that little buy flag right there. What's going on, Borokini in our YouTube room? It's an earnings play today, SMCI, so obviously the reaction is not good. Okay, that's why. It's an earnings play. Well, you also have to look at this. I mean, this is almost like trolling. Goldman is raising their price target from 24 to 27. The stock is at 45, but it's an earnings play today, and obviously it's market's not liking it, down 20%. And that's a big float, half a billion in the float to be down 20%. Doesn't mean it can't recover at some point, but right now, nobody wants it. So this is a bit of a reversal play. Oscar is a bit of a reversal play, but look at that. That high is way too close, and then you even got the 200-day moving average above it. So it's a gap down and reversal, but I just won't take it because that next high is too close. Again, it doesn't mean it's not going to blast right through this, but wow, the Go guys now. This is over 18. Okay, this is over 18 now. So this has got what a dollar. There's the next high. Yeah, 1891. Okay, this is really interesting to me. This is over 18, the whole number. And the next high looking left on a daily chart is 1887. So there's plenty of room. This is sorry, I'm coming right back. Thinking about getting back in it, but thinking and doing it are two different things. Okay, definitely watching Go. It just took out. It just got a little bit below 18 again. I want to watch it, see if it gets back over 18, and because it's got the room. That's on a daily chart. Okay, someday in this month, which is December of last year, there was a high of 1895. So there is room for this one to run if it wants to. That's the Go. It's an earnings play, and it's a gap up and go. No pun intended. I'm not Burricini. You're asking me. All I'm doing is I'm pointing out an opportunity. If it doesn't meet your trading style or plan, okay, but I'm not an investment advisor. I'm not going to tell you to buy this. If I get in this one, doesn't mean you should too. Okay, I'm just this is just to me, it's a bit of an opportunity because of the gap it's got. We can see how well it holds 18. Time is it now? 11:34. So I'm on a break in about 26 minutes. So at noon, it's long enough. We've got a bit of about 1810. Give me a moment, please. Phone call. All right, guys, as I say, there's only one person I take a call from. So yeah, so in the go, guys, in the go, in the go. Not indigo, but in the go. And let's see if it, there we go. Go, 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 go. I want to see it over and over and over again. I was just waiting for about an 1810 on the bid. I sure wish I were in this one. The SMCI. This one was saw this in the free market, guys. Talked about it in the free market. Wow, I mean, that's beautiful. Ooh, look at this. I didn't even know. I didn't. So from the combo scan, go hit at 1752. Again, you can have that on my homepage. The combo scan. No, I did not. I wanted. I did not show. I wanted to. I lost sight of it. Okay, Borrachini. I wanted to short this SMCI. Hey guys, as I mentioned quite a while ago, if the KMT got over 18 in a big way, I was out. So I've covered all my short in the KMT. Goes now kind of back to where I bought it. So I don't want to see it go under 18. More into the shorts, guys. I have to admit, more into the shorting stocks right now. Okay, Shady's in the. Oh, let's take a look at a low floater. XELB. Nice. Okay. Trigger 134. So you're in this one. Room to about 145 anyway. If it takes that out, though, look out. Understand what you mean by that, Borachini? Shorting. Talking to Borachini in our YouTube room. I'm only going to go a little bit longer. I certainly don't want to hold it through my break. Ooh, there's a big reversal here, guys. This is one I was really thinking might have one of those all-day downers, but reversal now. Well, it's already taken effect, 47 to 51, but it's showing up now on the scan as a reversal. But look at that. Here's your next high looking left. Oh, way above here. Sorry, way above here. That's where it closed yesterday. Way up here, down 28, $20 still. But this is a reversal at the high of the day now. LNTH. How much it's going to reverse, I don't know, but there's another reversal. GXO gap down and reversing. I'm getting these earlier, okay? You might think, well, I'm only seeing this now in in the repeating version, but guarantee you would have saw this a lot earlier. Yeah, so at 10:45 for the GXO, 47.90, so almost a couple of dollars. MGRT guys, again, I am not paying too much. I'm not paying any attention to these really, but low floats, mega fortune. They're making a mega fortune. Okay, guys, time is it now? So in about 15 minutes, I'm taking a break. So remember, our CEO will be. He'll start a new YouTube stream. Okay, he doesn't join the one I've got going. He has a new one that he starts. I'll put the link in the main room. Probably have to put it in the YouTube room also. You know what, guys? I'm out of the go. Basically flat. It got back up to that 1810 level, and just not liking the way it's trading. I wanted, and also I cannot hold it while I'm on my break. So I'm I just got out of it. Yeah, good exit. No, it just broke down below 17 or 18. Might take a look at it later if it gets back over 18 later on in the day, but I'd actually just rather stick to shorting right now. So the DYN actually turned out to be a decent short from the AI after getting stopped out the first time, and you had a re-entry price of 12.13. Well, the challenge for this one right now, the VWAP is basically the same as the high, the daily high that is looking at XLEB. Takes that out though, lots of room. Pretty well to what about 170, which would be excellent, of course. Is the one that Shady is in. There are a lot. There were a lot yesterday, and there were more yesterday actually. Uh, when we looked at them yesterday, most of them are earnings plays. There's VERX, NYT is an earnings play, LFMD earnings play. I know that one's an earnings play. Match, RIGL earnings play. Ring is an earnings play. Go is an earnings play. VSA, they're all earnings plays. It's every single one of them, except for the RNA is an earnings play. There were a whole bunch yesterday too. Ugh, what a reversal play this one though was. The Unity. I mean, it was positive, very positive, up at 38.90. Look at this. What a drop, 39 to 30. Unfortunately, did not saw it, didn't take it. So where could it bounce? I mean, I remember seeing this down here, 30.93. So it's right at that low there. If that doesn't hold it, 29.12 is the next low. Not saying it's going to get there, but that is the next low. Looking left. Yeah, yeah, the upstart was the same thing, wasn't it? UPST. Oh, ACHC just continues down. I look at my P&L for that, made like just a couple of dollars, and just didn't get back in it. Missed the entry to get back in on the short. Just beautiful. So he starts a new stream, Borachini. Okay, so I can give you the YouTube link. Don't go yet. I'm assuming this link works. He starts a new stream. Don't go yet, though. He's not there. He doesn't join this stream. He doesn't know how. That's what they're going to make it easy on him. Do the same in the main room. Okay, this is the link. Don't go yet. No, noon. Noon Eastern time. Noon Eastern time. In about 9 minutes from now. It's an earnings play, it's funny. It is an earnings play, XLEB, XELB, sorry. Maybe my stop was too close for the go. Well, as long as you have a stop, Borrachini, where you're getting it out, where you're going to get out of it, it's not working for you for the A lab. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement up. I'll be on a break very soon. Always have a stop. Every single trade you take, have a stop. Okay, not just you, Borrachini, but anybody else who's listening. Make sure they're not all going to work. Just have a manageable loss. So I'm not on a break yet, but I just want to put the announcement up first. Screen's probably going to go. I'm going to reload another version of Trade Ideas. So my screen is going to go blank for a while. Now I'm just going to say one thing, Borrachini. That's probably what you're saying is you didn't have a stop and you're hoping it comes back because you're saying, I don't want to lose, and I'm just saying, have a stop, get out. You can always get back in because that's a classic, your stock moves down on you and you just keep holding it. I'm not saying that in this case it's not going to. You keep holding it, hoping it's going to come back. It might, another one from the Pepe scan, 2670. There's your next eye looking left. So it's too close. So for those of you who continue to follow SBAT, it is out over 20. You can see right here. I mean, if it can take this, if it can somehow, it might not happen today, may never happen, but you can kind of see if it can take out this 2083 area. It might go on that run. I think Bitcoin has to probably has to help it somewhat. It is up, and it's probably up to. Well, it's not up today. Even it's not even up today. But what about? See, I should have traded the bounce now on KMT. Big bounce from the low here, almost a dollar. Sometimes you can trade these things both directions. Remember AMD at the very beginning? How big it was? 453, now 3. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This is now a gap up and reversal play. Not shortable for me. No, you don't have to uninstall, Scott. You just can go to the website and, you see the latest versions, okay? But you do not have to uninstall. They used to say you should back in the, but now they're saying you can just install it over, and you won't lose anything either if you've created scans, you won't lose anything. Though it's always good practice to save everything to the cloud, okay? Because the minute I say you won't lose anything, that's the time that but I have since 2010, I've always updated either to develop well, either to the latest beta. I've probably updated, I don't know, 100 times, 200 times, I don't know, in 15 years. Bottom line is I've never lost anything. Okay, so Snap is trying to recover here, guys. Snap is an earnings play, and it is trying. It's at the high of the day now, but it's been just clobbered down on earnings. When anybody uses Snapchat anymore. Okay, guys, I really don't have to wait till noon, okay? Because nobody's taking over for me in our YouTube room. So I'm going to take my break now. Be back at about 1 o'clock. Put myself on mute in the main room. Putting myself on mute in the YouTube room. can hear me. I think Dan might be still talking, I'm not sure. So I did something I haven't done very often, and this was a kind of a quick scalp. This is the ACHC, guys, and this was the one that was moving down, 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 and I noticed, just before I was coming back that it was holding over 18, and it reminded me that, well, look at what AMT did, and, tomorrow what I'm gonna try to do is pay a little more attention to maybe the bounces off these things too, because KMT, now I'm not saying ACHC is gonna do the same thing, but this was a wonderful short, but then once it stopped, this is a wonderful long from, 1757. In fact, the long is probably better than the short. And so I looked at that ACHC sort of in the same way. Maybe now there's the VWAP up here, it's far enough away. I I I I I'm out of it, okay? I decided I just wanted to take some look at the volume that came in, and I may be wrong to be out of it completely because it looks like it actually wants to keep recovering, but anyway, I don't normally do something like this, but after seeing the KMT just keep running and running and running on a great bounce rate after being down most of the day, I thought I would try this on the HDHC. So I don't know if Dan is still talking. What time is it now? 1:01. Sometimes it goes a little over. He's still speaking? Okay, thanks, Wayne. Yeah, so I had to go back a build or 2, and I'll test it again, but I'll test it again, but right now, that was really taxing my machine, so those alerts that were filtering through, I cannot have them right now. So, yeah, so what I did was I'm gonna not have the, change, in 2 minutes anymore, okay? I thought it was redundant, so that's why. So I've elongated this, actually, and I've put it on 1 minute. So I'm only gonna see the alerts every minute when they make a new high. I'll start doing that tomorrow, and I'll elongate this window. Alright, guys, I'm just looking at some of these, ones in this top. Back 4% within a 5-minute period. The other one that really, came back was, TOST, and it looks like it wants to keep moving. TOST, it really came back also. I'll have to start, looking at these things a little more closely because there's some gigantic moves here. That's about a $3 move now for a $43 stock, for $43 stock. Hmm, this is a really late one. Now, granted, I reloaded Trade Ideas a couple of times, so it may have shown up earlier, but this is Rigel, RIGL, next high looking left, a little bit of room, 29.50. And this is a gap up and go. Remember, I was talking about SPET before, right over 20. SPET's doing its thing again, back down to 1950 or so. Seat. I don't recall seeing Seat before. SEAT. Not an earnings play. Interesting. Not an earnings. Vivid Seat. What the heck do they do? Oh, Ticket Marketplace. Yeah, don't know what to do about it, Killer. Sorry. I'm fed up. Not with you. Try changing ports again, like I did yesterday, but then I lost the sound completely. So, and my other Barry is saying it's okay. So I don't know. Well, I've got a little air gun, Kittler. I actually used it yesterday after, and a little air gun, Lowe's, and so that should have, if they were just ports, I should have told them. And it's done. Okay, thank you, Dwayne. So, any big insights as to what he might have said regarding the money machine? I'm sure he said it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. But any special insights? I saw that you posted a lot of scans that he's using. Yeah, so I mean, you see, there is a big difference in my machine right now. Going back a build or two, it was unusable for me this morning when I was on the beta that has these displays the alerts. It was unusable. Looking at TI Pro, at 2%, it was chugging along around 25, 30% most of the morning until I got rid of it. All right, guys, 109. So I'll go over my homepage right now, and I'm going to do another experiment. I'm going to switch ports, but not yet. I'm going to do it towards the end in case what happened yesterday. We switched ports. It was fine. Everybody said it was fine. And then I switched ports again, and then it muted everything. So anyway, I'm going to try it again later on. But in the interim, let's take a look at my homepage one last time today. Well, it'll be at the end of the day, Pepe. So it won't, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'll be going anyway. Okay, guys. So on my homepage, as usual, right at the very top, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. All I ask, use my code. If you use my code, it helps to keep the room free. The company tracks the promo codes. The more they see people using my code, the more likely they'll keep the room free. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for it and you're not getting it, before you harass our support people, please check your spam folder first, or check if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. If you don't see them there, it's there. Okay, then you can contact our support people and say, "Hey, signed up for the trade of the week. I'm not getting it." It's all free. Education is right here. Very important that people who are new to trade ideas, just taking out a subscription, must do the getting started with trade ideas. Okay, mandatory you do that. Very short videos to get you started. Now, if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering if this would be a good program for you to try, what I would do, you don't look at the first one, that's a download. Look at the subsequent videos. They're all very short. They'll give you an idea about the capabilities of trade ideas, and that might help make up your mind whether or not this is the right program for you. And back to basics, if you're new to trading, all free, all free. If you're new to trading, this is something I would really take a look at because Trade Ideas, great program, fabulous program, but it is called Trade Ideas for a reason, generates ideas. But if you click on a symbol and you look at the chart and you have no idea what it's trying to tell you, it's not going to help you at all. So, back to basics, at least goes over some of the basics of chart reading, things like that. If you clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, scroll down, middle section, and here they are. Now, notice that I don't have the up in 2 minutes up and running. You can have it. I just have the 5 minutes. I have the momentum scan. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. This is the gap continuation or reversal scan on my other monitor. And on my other monitor is the combo scan. Now, again, this is a lot more full, but because I did a reboot of Trade Ideas around 12 o'clock, we're only going to see the last one. So that's why this is not as full as it has been actually today. If you have any questions about the scans, good, good time. Yeah, Ozzy, I do like the idea of having the alerts coming across. The only thing I would want is have the alerts that you want. Maybe some of these alerts that are coming through, they may not matter so much to you or to me. Maybe to others they do, and I'm just using you as an example. I like to see the distance from the VWAP. That's kind of nice to see. Things like that. So it'll be down the road if it can be customizable. I think that would be a nice feature. In other words, see the alerts that you want to see. Now there's a part of as well. You know what? How do you know you don't want to see the other alerts? Maybe they're going to be valuable. And I'll be honest. I thought it was nice. I personally don't think it wouldn't help me that much, but I do understand how for new people it could be really valuable just to sort of see what's going on. And I can't demonstrate it because I'm on the bill that doesn't have it. Boy, look at Sarepta doing its thing again. SRPT doing its thing again. The only reason I see this one is that because I have a thumbnail and look at the big pop up to 1664 and then right back down to 16, just like that. So in our YouTube room, Kurai is asking a question. Does the news take into current news into consideration? No. Are you talking about any scans that we have? There was no news in consideration. No. The only thing it can take into consideration is maybe if it's an earnings play, which is news, of course. But if you're just talking about general news, and I'm talking to Kurai in our YouTube room, no. One of the problems with news is that there's so much news. I mean, look at it. Look at Sarepta right here. Here are my news headlines. Which one are you going to pick? That's going to affect it. Now that one, I heard a Trump, what is there, a Trump connected firm to lobby on Duchenne treatment. That hit. But no, there's just so much news out there that what what is going to be the one that really drives the stock up or down? Earnings typically is what you do want to know about in terms of news. That can all be done in the pre-market. You always, if you do any pre-market work at all, and you're looking at the stocks that are really moving up and down in the pre-market, most of the time, if you click either on, even our news will have it. I don't use our news, okay? I use our news to look at stuff that happened earlier, like earlier days, not so much on the day of. I use Interactive Brokers. So when I'm doing my pre-market work and I'm clicking on first of all, I can always tell if it's an earnings play just by looking at my single stock window. I can tell if it's an earnings play or not. So that really, I mean, that's kind of the news that can really drive a stock, obviously. So again, another earnings play, guys, and this be interesting tomorrow, maybe. I mean, it's still a little bit of room, 20 cents for the next high. Big move, 45%. Not a crazy low float, 89 million in the float, so it's not crazy low. Yeah, so Kurai, I wouldn't call this an AI, okay? I mean, I know we call our AI, like the premium service, nickname Holly AI. Everything else you see is not AI, though, okay? Everything else you see that if you can see my screen, these are just scans that I put together, nothing to do with the AI. Say our standard service is really good. If you want to have an upgrade to the premium, this is what it kind of looks like, in which you do get, you just wait for these alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, is up to you. But this is kind of what it looks like. Now, you do not get an alert until at least 9:40, yeah, all times Eastern. So if you were, and this is for anybody who's listening who happens to be a premium subscriber, this is what I would do. Okay, I would have this screen. All you have to do is click on New, and then see we have three that start off with Premium AI. We pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. If you incorporate this as part of your layout, and tomorrow, when you load trade ideas, assuming you load it before 9:40, this window will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, though, is up to you. I would not, quite frankly, I would not use the channel that we've got for the AI unless you want to stick there all day long. I mean, I suppose it's, if you want to stick on that all day long. I just think it's too much information. This is, this is really all you need is just to see the alerts, and when they happen, you'll have a, you have the alert price, you'll have a stop price. Again, how you trade it will be up to you if you want to. You're probably not going to take every single alert, but we were fabulous. I mean, we were a great program. Don't get me wrong. I think we take it one step further. A lot of screening programs are out there, but we're excellent at real-time alerting. I'll go over this one more time. This is an example of a scan I put together. And so when you look at the scan, this is what it this or look at the window. This is what it's looking for. So if the price is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 20, meaning it's trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. It's very, it's not rare, but I mean, that's very abnormal. 500,000 shares minimum. The volume in the last minute, at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal. And it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So these are the filters that we've got. And then here's the trigger. All these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day. We get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was for the MYGN at 119. Was 15 seconds. Okay, that's the last time that happened. These are real-time alerts that you see here. So like all my scans, this is what I want to see, but it doesn't have to be what you want to see. You can always make adjustments. Maybe it's not the price range you like. Maybe there's something else. These are the values I'm using. Maybe you want to adjust the values. That's fine. Or maybe you have a filter that you like. If you want to add something in, go ahead. And that's the trigger I'm using, a new high. But we have a lot of other ones. I just happen to like seeing new highs and new lows of the day. But we do have a lot of other real-time alerts and a lot of filters. Filtering typically is used for screening. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that have moved the most percentage-wise in a 5-minute period. That's what this one is doing. Whoa! Well, that's why I got out of it. But look at the ACHC, another leg down now, another leg down after that pop up. It was a nice little quick up trade for me, really. I didn't expect much. Actually, I was hoping it would keep moving higher and higher on the bounce, but it did not. But now this is another leg down for ACHC. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just talking to somebody in our Slack thread. Okay. Yeah, but well, I showed that yesterday, Dwayne, actually. Yeah, I know it's in the Market Explorer, but if you wanted to have it on your own scan, yeah, I mean, it is in the Market Explorer, but I'm hoping that you can eventually have it in your own scan. I mean, yeah, I showed this one yesterday. Here's the trade wave buy. So, you cannot adjust any of this. So you can't put a you can't put a price range. The volume is going to be fine. The volume is going to be fine. Okay. Well, I hope it's close. Yeah, because that would be nice. That would be really nice to have your own scan, and then here, for instance. So this is what we're talking about. This is what Dwayne is talking about. So right now, the trigger is a new high for the day. There's nothing wrong with that. I would probably always have something like that, but also to be able to have a trigger when a buy flag comes in trade wave or a sell flag. Okay, a real time alert on it. I think that because this is what's happening here. But you cannot customize this at all. But if you're saying it's close, how close is that? Close in Dan years, or is that close in our years? I shouldn't kid Dan like that, but you know what I mean. But this is how that would work. You see, so you see the little buy flag right there. Well, it disappeared, but for the OPFI, there it is. There's the buy flag. Now the only thing, I think anyway. Oh, interesting, interesting. Now, because I was led to believe this has to close. Okay, the candle has to close. This is 11:29. Maybe that's where it closed at 11:25, and the trigger would have been 10:96. So it's still pretty close. It's still pretty close. The problem could be if you have a very wide bar and it requires that the candle closes before you get the alert. And I understand why they're going to do it that way because you could get a very it could be moving up and then all of a sudden it just moves right back down. So it's not a buy anymore. It's like you don't get the buy flag anymore. So I understand why they probably want to see it on the close. I have I also have a feeling that it's only going to be for a 5 minute buy bar. You won't be able to have like a 2 minute buy bar. Did he talk about that at all, Dwayne? That you would have it'd be customizable? for your own time frame or just the 5 minute? I'm feeling it's only going to be for the 5 minute. There's a ton of server work, so okay. What I do like about it is that, I mean, it just show you here, it just show you the volume, but it also showing you the relative volume of the candle itself, the bar itself, which is interesting. But you can check this volume. This is the total volume. This is not the volume of the day, okay? This is the volume of the candle. And I think it had to be a certain has to be a certain like Michael Knauss at Trade Idea. Well, he's not with Trade Ideas anymore, but he put this together a long time ago. So I don't know if he had a minimum volume that had probably had a minimum volume also in order to make it because otherwise, there are buy and sell flags all the time. So you want to have a way to control that so you're just not getting them over and over and over and over again. No, no, don't ask it. But so that where it might be a lot more, earlier on in the day, give it 15 minutes or so, I would say. Maybe roll this and just see what sort of alerts you get. To let things settle down a little bit. So notice there was nothing at 1:30. It's now 1:32. There was nothing triggered at 1:30. All right, guys, let's take a look at this one. Cosmos. Okay, well, this is pop. This came from 72 cents earlier today, and now this is over a dollar. And I'm not really looking at these too much right now. I will start to. Earning season will not last. But look at this, COSM. See if there's any news on this one. Okay, is this another one? Oh, I thought maybe they raised $300 million in order to buy some altcoin. Boy, this was better than the short. That's why I was kind of hoping the ACHC would do the same thing, but this was actually better than the short that I took. It was a great short for me, but an even better bounce. But I did not wasn't paying attention to it for a bounce like AMT. Okay, I'm gonna maybe keep an eye on Go. I wanna see maybe, just maybe, it has that late day run, sort of hanging around that, $18 mark. Another earnings play, guys, VSAT released earnings after hours yesterday and really didn't do much. I'm sorry, that's not after hours. This is the after hours reaction. No, you really didn't do much, even in the pre-market today, but it is ripping now. I'm just fiddling. Well, it's on my computer, so I don't know what you might have been hearing. I don't live that close to the airport in Vancouver, so 26. Yeah. So this is an earnings play. This VSAT is an earnings play. Sounded like a Tuesday. That I don't understand. Oh, I see. I see. A leaf blower. That's strange because no, my computer is not doing anything. Really? Well, that is very weird, guys, because there's nothing happening on my machine. Nothing. You know what's happening? On my mic, there are settings I've got, and it's for some reason it's jumping around on the settings. Okay. I've never seen that before. Another gremlin for me. All right. Yeah, it had nothing to do with my computer. So that was all to do with the mic jumping around on the settings on its own. Not now though, right? Cease. Not an earnings play. Cease is not an earnings play. Okay. So benchmark raised the ah, Benchmark raised their price from 3 to 26 for seed. Oh, I love it. And this is today, this is today. Oh, wait a minute. This is a reverse split. Adjusted to 26 after the stock split and earnings. Okay, so I'll give them a pass. I don't know when did they do a split though, and why? Unless the seat was way, way below a dollar, and our float has not been adjusted yet. All right, guys. Well, I'm pretty much done in terms of trading. So if you've got questions, now's a great time. I'm pretty much done trading. Finding now, it's in the morning is really. I used to really like trading in the afternoon, but these some of these I haven't really seen over the last several months. We used to see all these really cheap ones, and then they'd have the big pop, and then they drop, and then they sit there for hours, and then later on in the day, boom. Not saying there's none of that happening, but I've really seen too many like that for the last little while. Yeah, that made it a lot of fun. Now, once we get out of earnings season again, when people are, I mean, look, problem, it's sort of good news, bad news. I mean, when it's earnings season, I mean, it's great. You've got all these different things to choose from, but almost too many. So, but I think, traders around, I think a lot of traders, they're looking at different earnings plays. When earnings season dries up and we only have about, 30 in a day, sometimes even only about 10 in a day, you've got to do something else. You've got to try to look at something else. That's when I think the low floaters take over again for about 2 months. Then we go back into earnings season, and it's this endless cycle. Okay, guys. Well, drifting into the close for me. I'm not too many questions, so I may even take off a little earlier. BMNR. Okay, let's take a look at BMNR. Throw some symbols out. Let's see what's happening. Oh, yeah, moving on volume. The crazy one from a few weeks ago got up to 161, if you can believe it, within a few days, right back down to 36. I think this is another one of those that did. I can't remember what coin it got involved in, raising a bunch of money to buy some altcoin, or I think it might have been Ethereum. It might have been ETH. All right, Shady's PHGE. Let's take a look at that one. Under $1, that's why I don't see it, but doesn't mean it's not good. It's through the 200-day moving average. All my scans are $1, minimum of $1. Yeah, so I did my video today on DYN. I'll just draw it to your attention again. Not the video, but why I did it. Probably repeat this every day because if you don't have the reentry time and reentry price column, you should. Okay, because look what happened with DYN. That was a pretty tight stop. The original alert was at 12:01. Remember, too short. This is a short. And the alert came in at 11:17. Okay, actually, it took a while to hit that stop price of 12:25. A little bit of time. But what happened is it then got back down to 12:13. So if the stock gets halfway between the original alert price and the exit price, in this case, it was 12:13, but it does have to at one point hit that stop. Okay, hit it, which it did. You can see DYN. You can see obviously, I mean, there's the opening 15-minute candle. So obviously, it hit the stop at 12:25 of the candle, but it came back down, and you would have had a trigger at 12:13. So if you missed it the first time, or even if you took it the first time and you got stopped out, you had an opportunity to take it again. Remember, this is on a short at 12:13, and before it pulled back, I mean, it got down to 11, and it's up here now, but it's not bad. And I say this all the time. A lot of people just wait for the reentries. They don't take the original. The only issue can be that you don't necessarily get reentries every single day. So here's another one, a reentry at 10:40 for the another short AIP at 10:05 now. See what happened with this one. We had a reentry for EHTH, eHealth at 424, modestly good, 438. So a lot of people just wait for a reentry price, and that's when they strike. But you can see that not every stock. Let's look at them all now again. 1988, that's a short. So this is a little bit above. So right now it's not working. 786, still not. 875, a little under. I mean, they're not all going to work, of course, but if you just wait for the reentry, but some days you will not get any. So all you have to do is add that reentry time in the price column. Just right click columns, and if you scroll down alphabetical order, here they are. If you don't have it, just highlight it, left click on it, and then arrow it over. Left arrow it over, and then it'll appear as a column. Something to think about, okay? Okay, guys. Well, listen, I may just put myself on mute. If there are no questions, I'll put myself on mute. I'll hop back on the mic. If you have a question, I'll hang around, to maybe around 2:30, maybe a little earlier, 2:15 or so. I'll take off. I'll always stay later for questions. Okay, muting myself now. Which one are you talking about? Borrachini? So, do you have a question or GIPR? I've never seen that one before. GIPR. Oh, 93 cents. Okay. Okay. So, so what? Dan was talking about it during his 12 to 1. Okay. Well, do you have a stop? Where's your stop? Where are you going to get out of this trade if it's not working? Remember what we talked about? You get into a trade, you have to have a stop. Get out of the trade if it's not working. And always get back in. Well, I can't help you then. If you didn't put a stop in, not much I can do. I mean, well, I can't do anything anyway. But if you don't put a stop in, remember, when you trade, you should have a plan. Okay, your plan is this: if it doesn't work, here's where I'm getting out. That should be your number one thing in order to protect. You don't want to just hope and pray that it comes back. You can always get back into the trade. Okay, that should be the first part of your plan. Where am I getting out of this trade if it's not working? It's only a guide, though. Okay, it's only a guide, Morikini. Okay, it doesn't mean that just because you get a buy flag, trade wave in trade wave, doesn't mean you just absolutely hop into the trade. I mean, if it were that simple, man, it'd be yeah. I don't know where your buy flag was, but again, if you got into it, you have to have a stop. Where you're getting it out if it's not working. See, I would be practicing in our simulator, the idea of putting stops and things like that, and looking at a chart, saying, okay, here's the support area, a lot of action at a certain price, or the VWAP, or some idea of where you're going to put a stop if it's not working. Well, and that's the tricky thing, okay? That is the tricky thing. You know what you might wanna try? Just, you might wanna put the low of the previous 5 minutes. There's no hard and fast rule about where to put a stop, okay? You might wanna try maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle, okay? Just to test it, to see how that works for you. The other way to do it, if you can see my screen, I'm trying to see if there's anything that would make sense. You look at my gym right there, you might say to yourself, "Okay, this is a little area. If I go down through that, I wanna be out of the trade." Something like that. So there's no calculation really. I know people put like a 1% stop. I don't agree with that because it's not based on. I like to look at a chart and, it requires some experience, I suppose, to be able to look at a chart and size up where you think, "Hmm, okay, I'll try to get a little closer to the mic or something." Oh, the mic's bad? Okay. Probably my cue to just take off. Okay, can you hear me a little better now? Okay, I'm talking right into it. I sort of move my head around, but if I'm talking right into it, hopefully you can hear better. Yeah, okay, so it's better. Okay, it's my moving my head around. So, when you look at, say, MyGen, MYGN, it's a matter of maybe it depends on the time frame you're using too, a 5-minute, a 2-minute, a 15-minute chart, and you kind of for instance, if you can see my 15-minute chart, can you see what I'm like the dotted line on that 15-minute chart? And can you see there's like 1, 2, 3 kinda lows on the 15-minute chart? You could have put a stop there and look at the current 15-minute candle. It's below there. So you could if you'd put a stop there and you said, "Okay, it's not working." Okay, it went through that area. You could have said to yourself, "Okay, that's an area where if it goes through, if I'm long, I'm going long, I wanna be out of the trade." You could have said that. All you can do is try, okay? Again, maybe using I don't know, I think I had myself on mute. Um, Below the previous 5-minute candle. Just try it. But it's very important to have a price that you're gonna get out of the trade when it's not working. And also, that will share size you too, because hopefully I'm sure I went over this yesterday, you may not have been around though. When you trade, if you had a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking, say, $1,000 a trade. Hopefully that makes sense. So, it depends on your account size, and I can't tell you exactly how much you should risk a trade. I know there are people that say, don't risk more than 2% of your account for trade. Some might say 1.5%, and somebody might say 1%. So if you had a $10,000 account, you could risk, if you were risking 1% of trade, that's $100, okay? What does that mean? That means that if you get into the trade and you have your stop, say you took 500 shares and your stop was 20 cents away, or if your stop was 20 cents away and you were willing to risk $100 on the trade, you could take 500 shares. Because if you get stopped out, 500 shares times 20 cents below equals $100. Okay. So, and you shouldn't, in my opinion anyway, the way I trade, I don't vary how much I risk per trade very much. I don't risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next, 100 the next. I try to keep the amount about the same each trade. Now, admittedly, sometimes, there are some setups that look seem better than others, especially when you get into a trade and you look left and there's a ton of room that a stock can keep moving. That to me is a great setup as opposed to one that has room, because it has to have room in order for me to take the trade, but it doesn't have as much room as say some of them. But you can look left and my goodness, there's like $3 to $4 before you hit that next high. So sometimes I will vary the amount a little bit based on something like that. But it's not like I'm risking, you know, I'm risking say $300 a trade. It's not like I'm going to double it just because I see something like that. Maybe I risk 350 because that really helps you because when you're in a losing trade, it doesn't drive you crazy to keep looking at your P&L and seeing, man, I'm in this. I'm going to start to sweat. You know, no, you just get out of the trade. You can always get back into the trade later on if it's set up the same way. Now, the other thing, Borrachini, I mean, if you're swing trading more as opposed to intraday trading, your stop will probably be a lot higher or more because you're probably then you could be looking at the previous day's low or some area in the chart where there's a lot of action on the daily chart, where if it broke down through that, you want to be out. But generally, your stop is going to be a lot more than if you're intraday trading. It still doesn't mean that you should be risking more, though. If you're risking $100 on the trade, and it's a $1 stop, then you're gonna take 100 shares. If the stop makes sense that it's a dollar away, you can always take a look at maybe the low. So if you're if you're swing trading more, then you might wanna take a look at the low of the previous day, something like that, or the low of the current day, depending where it is. Your stop will be probably like larger than it would be on an intraday swing where you might or an intraday trade where you might have a 10, 15, 20 cent, excuse me, 20-cent stop. Your swing stop could be a dollar away, but then you share size accordingly because you still don't want to risk, go crazy and risking a whole bunch of money just because it's a swing trade that you hope will work. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to wrap this up pretty soon, but Pepe, I'm going to do the experiment. So I'm going to switch ports and let's see what happens. Okay. You didn't hear me in the main room. So Pepe, I'm going to do the experiment. I'm probably going to wrap up pretty soon now. I'll do the experiment, switch ports, and see if I completely lose the mic like I did yesterday, or does it get better? So I'll mute myself